يمين الإسرائيلي؟
وفعلا هي ظاهرة مضى عليها يعني 30 سنة. هي مش ظاهرة اليوم. الحل في تقديري هو منع التدخلات الإيرانية وعدم عدم استغلال القضية الفلسطينية من أجل تعميق المواجهة. هي إيران لها صفة ثورية لكن المفتاح في رأيي هو الملف النووي الإيراني. الملف النووي الإيراني بيستثير العالم الغربي، وإيران بتندفع في مواجهة إسرائيل لحماية هذا الملف. فالمقصد ينبغي أن يكون تأمين شرق أوسط خالي من أسلحة الدمار الشامل بالكامل.
الدمار الشامل الذي تشكله إيران هل هو نووي فقط مع الأمين؟
ما في شك العلاقات الخليجية الإيرانية علاقات مهمة جدا. تتعاطى دول مجلس التعاون مع إيران حسب علاقاتها الثنائية، كل على حدة حسب علاقاتها الثنائية. التطبيع وتطور العلاقات السعودية الإيرانية في شهر مارس من 2023 أخذ بالعلاقات الخليجية الإيرانية إلى منعطف جديد. جميع دول مجلس التعاون رحبت بهذا التطور وترى فيه عنصر أساسي لضمان أمن واستقرار منطقة الخليج، وتأمل أن يكون له انعكاسات إيجابية عديدة على العديد من الملفات الإقليمية. نحن نتعاطى مع إيران بكل صراحة وحوارنا مفتوح، ونتحدث وإياهم على ضرورة وأهمية عدم التدخل في شؤون الدول، احترام القوانين والأعراف الدولية، والعمل على أمن وضمان أمن واستقرار المنطقة. الإيرانيين متواجدين بالدول، يعني أنا مواطن كويتي أقدر أقول لك في على الأقل 50,000 مواطن إيراني يعيشون في الكويت، وهم بيعيشون من سنوات عديدة ويعملون ويحولون فلوس ويعني عايشين بأريحية. هنالك إيران جار، وإيران جار تاريخي، ويجب أن يتم التعامل وإياه عبر حوار واضح وصريح، ويجب أن يكون هنالك اتفاق بين الطرفين حول أهمية ضمان أمن واستقرار المنطقة. دول مجلس التعاون دول مصدرة للأمن والأمان والاستقرار. نحن نسعى مع جميع دول العالم للتوصل إلى هذا الشيء.
هذا كلام جميل ويطربني وبيطرب كل اللي موجودين في القاعة، لكن ماذا تقول لصواريخ الحوثيين اللي في البحر الأحمر؟ ماذا تقول للي بيطلع من سوريا؟ ماذا تقول لحزب الله؟ ماذا تقول للحشد الشعبي في العراق؟ ماذا تقول حتى لبعض التفسيرات أن ما حدث في غزة كان مدفوع من جانب إيران؟ يعني نحن لدينا دولة إقليمية هي ليست عربية، لكن تتخذ من العالم العربي مسرح عمليات عسكرية لابتزاز المنطقة لمصالحها الشخصية. رأيي معليك ورأيي معليك في النقطة دي إيه؟
يعني هو ليست برضو المرة الأولى، بما يعني أنه في 2008-2009 في معركة غزة الأولى كان واضح جدا أنه الدولة الإيرانية بتستخدم كروت أوراق عربية لمنازلة الولايات المتحدة وإسرائيل، ولكن المقصد هو الملف النووي. المرة دي نفس الشيء، كلها كروت ومضى عليها عقدين. أعود إلى أن الملف النووي هو المفتاح لكي ينهى هذا الملف ولا يصبح نزناز دائم في استهلاك طاقات المنطقة، يجب أن المنطقة دي كلها تخلى من أسلحة الدمار الشامل بما فيها الأسلحة النووية.
ما عليك، هو المشكلة المشروع السلاح النووي الذي يحضر الإيراني أم الفكر النووي الإيراني الذي يريد تسميم المنطقة؟
كلاهم.
أرجع إلى سؤالك الأول يا أخي عماد. أول شيء أقوله أنه يتوجب على دول مجلس التعاون، وهي هذا ما تقوم به الآن، توحيد مواقفها من هذه الملفات. هناك سياسة واضحة وسياسة متفق عليها ما بين الدول الست للتعاطي مع هذه الدول. ثاني شيء أعمله أني أتواصل مع حكومات الدول التي تطرقت لها، وأحاول أن أقدم لهم يد العون والمساعدة من أجل أن يصلحوا حالهم، من أجل أن يقووا وحدتهم ولحمتهم الوطنية. هذا ما يجب أن يتم العمل فيه. يجب حل ملف اليمني، يجب التوصل إلى إنهاء الصراع في سوريا، يجب مساعدة الأشقاء في لبنان، يجب الأخذ بيد العراق والمضي فيها قدما. هذا ما تقوم به دول مجلس التعاون، حوارات
إذا كان هناك طرف
وعمل دؤوب مع هذه
سيدي
الدول.
إذا كان هناك طرف هدفه ليس الحل، ولكن في علم السياسة ما يسمى بدور السبويلر أو المفسد الإقليمي، كيف نتعامل مع مثل هذا الدور؟
تتعامل معه من خلال وحدتك أنت ككتلة خليجية، تتعامل معه من خلال ضمان أن ينفذ القرارات، ضمان أن تصل معه إلى حوار مستمر. الحوار هو الحل أخي عماد. ما عندنا في منطقتنا
طبعا
شيء غير أن نحن نتحاور ونتباحث ونتحدث. نحن تكلمنا عن تحديات، حوارنا الآن بالجلسة هذه تحديات، لكن هنالك فرص عديدة وعظيمة في منطقة الخليج والعالم العربي. نستطيع أن نتكلم ساعات للأرقام المذهلة التي توفرها دول مجلس التعاون كفرص لإيران ولغيرهم للاستفادة منها.
مع الأمين العام لجماعة الدول العربية، الخطر الأكبر الآن نراه يأتي من غزة، من عند إسرائيل، من هذا جنون اليمين الإسرائيلي. لو أنا شخص طول عمري كنت مؤمن بالسلام ودافعنا عن السلام، كيف يمكن لهذا السلام على الطريقة الإسرائيلية الذي يمارس الآن، إن سواء كنا دولة من الدول التي أسست السلام مصر والأردن، أو الدول التي دخلت في السلام الإبراهيمي بحسن نية وبرغبات عظيمة، أو كنا دول معروض علينا مشروع سلام زي المملكة العربية السعودية، كيف يمكن أن نثق بالسلام الآتي من إسرائيل؟
الجانب الإسرائيلي، وهذا تصريح مني شخصياً، وقد أمضيت ما يقرب من 60 عاماً في متابعة السياسة الخارجية والوضع الإقليمي وسياسة إسرائيل. إسرائيل بتصرفاتها الحالية أصبحت تهدد استمرارية الاتفاقات التي وقعت معها، وبالذات من دولة مثل مصر ودولة مثل الأردن. التفكير الإسرائيلي في فرض نقل الفلسطينيين خارج أراضيهم سواء في غزة أو في الضفة الغربية، وبالتالي إخلاء هذه الساحة للشعب الإسرائيلي، هذا معناه مواجهة ل1000 عاما قادمة، وبالتالي عليهم أن يعقلوا وأن يتراجعوا عن هذه السياسات. وأتصور أن من الضروري والحيوي، إن لم يكن أصبح الأمر اليومي، أن الولايات المتحدة تأمر إسرائيل بالتوقف عن هذه السياسات، وإلا فإن الشرق الأوسط سيلتهب بشكل غير مسبوق.
مع الأمين، هل إدارة بايدن في هذا العام الانتخابي قادرة كما قال معالي الأمين أن هي تأمر إدارة نتنياهو بأن توقف هذه الأعمال الإجرامية؟
هذه عاد سؤال the $1 million question.
Yes sir.
ما في شك احنا نعول بشكل كبير على الولايات المتحدة أن تستخدم نفوذها وتستخدم علاقاتها وتستخدم تواصلها مع الحكومة الإسرائيلية من أجل أن ترفع يدها وتوقف هذه الحرب البربرية. ما في شك. ويعني ممكن معالي الأخ أحمد إذا في متسع من الوقت يشرح لنا، كونه كان أحد الأطراف اللي كانت ضمن اللجنة التي زارت الولايات المتحدة مؤخرا. للولايات المتحدة مصالح كبيرة مع إسرائيل، ونحن نأمل بأن تتضح الصورة من قبل الولايات المتحدة والشركاء الآخرين الذين يعملون مع إسرائيل حول المخاطر التي ستنعكس على المنطقة والعالم أجمع من استمرارهم في هذه السياسة. هم متعنتين، الغضب أعماهم والانتقام أعماهم، ولا يرون المستقبل
والكراهية أخ جاسم، والكراهية
ولا يرون المستقبل.
مع الأمين، أنتوا كنتوا في نيويورك وشفتوا بلينكن، ماذا قال لكم بلينكن في إمكانية البحث عن حل لما يحدث؟
أنا هقول لك.
تفضل.
في الأسابيع الأولى التي تلت 7 أكتوبر كان واضح جدا ويعني مؤذي جدا لنا كعرب أن نستمع ونرصد اتجاه أمريكي أوروبي، العالم الغربي ككتلة، يعطي إسرائيل الحق في الدفاع الشرعي عن النفس ولأبعد الحدود، أبعد الحدود. وطبعا الطرف المحتل ما بيعترفش أنه محتل، والعالم الغربي لا يرغب أن يعترف أن إسرائيل دولة محتلة للأسف، وبالتالي بيعطوا حق الدفاع الشرعي عن النفس لمن هو محتل. بعد ذلك عندما قامت إسرائيل بعملياتها العسكرية ابتداء من 27 أكتوبر، 20 يوم بعد 7 أكتوبر، وأنا لست من يعني الذين أمتعهم ما حدث في 7 أكتوبر، لأنه كان هناك أيضا أوضاع غير صحيحة في هذا اليوم. بدأوا يتنبهوا أن هم ادوهم كارت أبيض وأنهم سمحوا لهم بطريق، وهم لا يعلموا حجم الكراهية الموجودة في مجتمعهم وحجم الرغبة في التوسع على حساب الفلسطينيين وإذلال الفلسطينيين، فبدأوا يتراجعوا. وبعدين تبينوا أيضا الغرب أنه العملية دي قابلة للتكرار مرة واثنين وثلاثة على مدى العقد القادم، العقدين القادمين، هي مش هتتوقف، المقاومة لا تتوقف. وهذا ما أقوله دائما لهم، أقول لهم هو في فرنسا المقاومة ضد النازي توقفت، هو في روسيا وفي أوكرانيا توقفت المقاومة ضد ألمانيا، هو في هولندا والنرويج وبلجيكا توقفت المقاومة ضد ألمانيا، كان في مقاومة، فالفلسطينيين هيقاوموا. بدأوا يتنبهوا في العالم الغربي أنه لا، يجب أن احنا ندي فرصة لإنهاء هذا النزاع، فتحولوا إلى تأييد فكرة الدولة. لأول مرة الليب سيرفيس اللي كانوا بيعملوها تحولت إلى مصداقية معقولة. الأيام كفيلة بقى، الأيام كفيلة. هل هذه المصداقية حقيقية ولا خداع زي ما حصل؟
أنا للأسف وقتي خلص، بس السؤال الأخير لمعالي الأمين. سيدي، حتى إذا استيقظنا غدا ولقينا طرف إسرائيلي راغب في مشروع الدولتين وطرف فلسطيني، رغم أن ما عندناش لسه طرف فلسطيني جاهز للتفاوض سواء سلطة أو حماس، لكن لو افترضنا أنه إن في عالم مثالي في طرفين جاهزين وفي رعاية أمريكية والعالم كله مهيأ لذلك، لما تنظر على خريطة الاستيطان، هل هناك مساحة جغرافية قابلة بامتداد جغرافي واحد لإقامة دولة فلسطينية فايبل؟
أعتقد من الصعب بمكان أنك أنت تنشئ دولة متقطعة. يعني غزة من جانب والضفة الغربية من جانب، يعني لا يمكن أن
يخلوا المستوطنات.
بالضبط
أخ
بالضبط.
جاز يخلوها.
هذا
ما أنشأ يخلى.
هو دور المجتمع الدولي. بالفعل هنالك مؤسسة اسمها الأمم المتحدة ومجلس الأمن، يجب أن يفعل مجلس الأمن، يجب أن يلعب مجلس الأمن دوره في فرض هذه الحلول على إسرائيل.
عندك دولة عظمى اسمها أمريكا عملت فيتو مرتين 3 ضد إيقاف إطلاق نار، وكأنهم بيقولوا لو سمحتوا استمروا اقتلوا في الفلسطينيين. إيه المنطق ده؟
نحن دائما نتكلم عن ازدواجية المواقف، ازدواجية المعايير. نحن نأمل من جميع الشركاء لإسرائيل وأعضاء مجلس الأمن وبالأخص الدائمين أن يتولوا مسؤولياتهم، هي مسؤولية دولية كاملة.
في النهاية للأسف التحديات تقتل صورة الفرص القادمة، رغم أن الفرص ما أكثرها وعظيمة كما تفضلت حضرتك، لكن التحديات الحالة علينا. حفظ الله الأمة العربية، وشكرا لحضرتك.
شكرا.
الحضور الكريم، نستكمل باقي الجلسات في هذه القاعة ظهر هذا اليوم. إلى حين ذلك يمكنكم حضور الجلسات الأخرى المنعقدة بالتوازي في القاعات المخصصة لها. شكرا لكم.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will resume our sessions in this hall this afternoon. In the meantime, you may attend other breakout sessions taking place at the dedicated halls. Thank you.
So, to enable some time for questions and answers as demanded by our...
And what we're trying to examine here is how governments can prepare their societies for doing so, because there's a lot of misinformation. And Sebastian, you laid out this idea about an issue that's often overlooked, but at the World Economic Forum, where I saw you in January, one of the top 5 threats for 2024 and 2025 was cybersecurity and cyber threats and misinformation. So how do you prepare your society to be aware of what's around the corner during an era of disruption? Do you want to start there?
Yeah, first of all, thank you for inviting me. I think that we are living in times of change and challenging times, probably starting with the geopolitics you mentioned at the beginning. I grew up in a world of globalization, and now we have a totally different landscape. From my perspective, we have a quite divided world. There are only a few places in the world, like here in the United Arab Emirates, where everybody is able to meet, but the world has become very divided, and especially for us Europeans, of course, the conflict in Ukraine changed a lot. Second, I think there are also new threats. I think we are all aligned that digitalization is very positive. It changed the way how we work, how we interact, how we experience and learn, and this is, from my perspective, an extremely positive development. But on the other hand, of course, it also creates new risks like cyber attacks. And if you saw the director of the FBI, for example, a few days ago, he said the number 1 risk for the US is not a terror attack or a war or whatever, it's a cyber threat. And if you look at the targets of cyber terrorists, it's more and more not only companies, it's especially critical infrastructure that is in the focus. And the last issue you mentioned is, of course, the question how people get their information. And I think in the past it was in a very traditional way. It was through newspapers, media, classical media, which gave them a lot of power. But on the other hand, it was also in a very controlled way. Social media, I think, is a huge chance to get information. It's a huge chance for everybody to share information, to share your opinion. But of course, there is also a new threat now, and this is disinformation. I think that if you have the manipulation of pictures, for example, this is a threat. But if now videos are even manipulated, this can be a real risk to our societies, to our public debates, and of course to how people get information and inform themselves.
Yeah, you laid out very central themes for the discussion as well. For a board seat that they were holding in Abu Dhabi, they asked if they could use my voice and still picture, and they did a 45-second board presentation opener, and I didn't do the voiceover. So just with the audio that it does exist outside the world, you would think I did the track. So yeah, that's the first stage of this.
To be honest, I think pictures and articles, of course, that was the first step. The next one was audio, and it's already pretty strong. But if you see a video of yours where you give a speech, to be honest, probably for everybody, it's something they easily can believe in. So from my perspective, this is really a huge change and a huge threat to how information can spread.
Yeah, it was that ranked number 1 on that Webster survey. Minister Papakonstantinou, it's good to see you again. We had a chance to chat before, and I wanted to address what Professor Beg made in his opening presentation. He's pretty optimistic, but I'm wondering if it has to get nastier before it gets better. And the other twist that you and I talked about over coffee was, I'm quite surprised how resilient the world is today. If you think about what it's been thrown with the pandemic, preceding that with the financial crisis in a region with the Arab Spring, Russia, Ukraine, and energy shortage, they find solutions. With the combination of disruption and resilience, can it be sustained at this sort of pace that we're seeing today? George?
First of all, many thanks for the invitation. It's great to be here. I liked very much Ian's optimistic take, and I think we need to keep, at the end of the day, two big lessons. One, yes, we find solutions, and this resilience is the second element. But having said that, I don't think we should be downplaying the enormous challenges that we're facing at the moment. I think there is one fundamental issue that sort of acts as an umbrella for everything else, and this is that we are in a position of the greatest ever economic interdependence globally that we've ever had. At the same time, we are facing more fragmentation than we have ever faced. The geopolitics is absolutely terrible. There is weaponization of financial markets and of trade in global economic relations. And there's a real danger that this creates conflict. And this creates conflict not just in areas such as trade and finance, where we've been seeing it. We've seen, for example, how the trade friction around China are poisoning international economic relations. We've seen how, following the sanctions around the Ukraine war, this has disrupted the international financial system. But there is a real danger that this kind of fragmentation that we're seeing spills over into other areas that are fundamental for humanity's well-being. Climate is a classic one. Will we see the kind of fragmentation also spill into climate negotiations? We haven't yet. Health is another one. We've come out of a global pandemic where we surprised ourselves at our resilience. We were incredibly good at coming up with a vaccine. We were very bad at rolling this out around the world. But yes, we were resilient. But we are not seeing really learning the lessons from that pandemic. We're not seeing the World Health Organization being given the powers that it needs. So my big worry here, and I say this as an eternal optimist at the same time, is that there is this disconnect between the level of challenges that we're facing and the degree of interdependence that we are, and the inability to come up with collective solutions and to cooperate internationally. This is a problem which I'm afraid is going to get worse before it gets better.
Let me follow up on climate then, because I presented that to Ian as well. They fought very hard to get that final communique, Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber, and we have this orderly transition away from hydrocarbons. But the investment in renewables today is $1 trillion. They need to triple it. And they're trying to hit that target by 2030 and reduce emissions by half in that time frame. And they're trying to triple nuclear capacity by 2050. Sometimes I think we set unrealistic expectations, which then society feels like they have no control over. How would you manage this to, if you could put a man on the moon and then we're going to Mars today, why can't we collectively do a common good on climate, George?
I think there's two post-developments and one disruptor here. The two post-developments are, one, we have seen that private business has completely changed its attitude, and becoming green is now profit-making, and they're investing massively, and governments are following that. The second post-development is that civil society around the world, and especially the younger generation, is very much into climate change, into the green transition, and is pushing everyone, government and business, to adapt. The disruptor has been the fact that because of Ukraine, which has realized that the kind of the fuel that was the transition, which was gas, can no longer play that role. So we need to rethink. We need to redo the math, and the math involves some still adherence to the older hydrocarbons. We've seen a number of places around the world sort of rethinking strategy. We need to rethink nuclear, which we had a number of countries in Europe, Germany had taken out, for example, of the calculus, and we need to push much faster and make renewable cheaper, quicker. So it's a difficult equation to solve because the parameters keep changing, but fundamentally, I think, even though we're behind where we should be, we're moving in the right direction.
And if you allow, let me just add two short points. First is, I think, of course, you're right that managing expectations is important. But I think there's also a need for big visions and goals where everybody can contribute. And second, I think that there is a lot of innovation. So what I especially liked at the COP was the strong involvement of the private sector. To be honest, from my perspective, this will be the biggest and the best driver in the next few years. The involvement of the private sector will drive innovation, and I think this will be the big game changer for me.
Good. I'm glad you said that, because there was a lot of criticism that there was too much business there. No, but they're the private sector has to put private capital up to make things happen, is what you're saying?
Yeah, to be honest, only having politicians to discuss and NGOs to criticize, this is not enough, and it will not change anything. So from my perspective, the strongest driver is always the private sector. And the biggest change, no matter in which area, a disruptive change can only happen with innovation. And for that, you also need the private sector. So from my perspective, the strategy at the COP was absolutely right. And I think it was super successful. And I think that the leadership of Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber and also his team was phenomenal.
I want to dig in.
One more small thing, because I think that Sebastian is making a very good point. What can governments do here? And that's important in that we are seeing climate finance becoming much bigger than it used to. We're seeing international institutions funding the green transition in a way they did not do before. So there is a shift in terms of how we treat the legacy assets, and that's very important to make it even more profitable for business to innovate and move faster. So there is a regulatory aspect of this transition. Business is moving by itself as well, but there is a regulatory connection that needs to be made.
Okay. There's an elephant in the room, because we could have Donald Trump back into power. And I talked about the unipolar world. That has definitely changed. We see the expansion of the BRICS, for example, and Russia, Ukraine getting China, somewhat India on the fence. The Middle East are trying to engage with Saudi Arabia and the UAE in the expansion of those BRICS. Many people don't want to take sides and want to stay neutral, which makes perfect sense. But in the last 24 hours, one of his advisors said that he'd like to come out of NATO, and he wasn't a supporter of the climate agreement in Paris. So like many steps forward in COP28, you have a threat of going many steps back if the US pulls out. Can the world survive another term with Donald Trump? Let's go with you, Sebastian.
So the world will always survive. I'm an optimist. And to answer your question, I think nobody knows the outcome of the elections in the US yet. Yeah. So let's wait and see. But what you mentioned before is quite interesting. I think that the world has changed in a way that there's not only the West in the lead. Yeah. We live in a totally different world today. So the US and Europe together are less than 1 billion people. If you compare it with other parts of the world, that's nothing. If you look at where is a lot of growth happening, yeah, where is a lot of dynamic. You talked about efficient countries before. I think Greece and Austria are small countries, more efficient than others. I think that the government of Mitsotakis is doing a phenomenal job, but I think there are not many countries in the world you can compare to Singapore and Abu Dhabi. So the world is changing, and this is something which is not easy for the West and especially for us Europeans.
Yeah, in fact, the next century should be an Asian century if you just look at growth today. China's slowing down, but India's rising, Southeast Asia's rising.
Also, if you look at
Africa
demographics,
rising.
Yeah, it's a question of efficiency. It's a question of course, how well countries are governed. It's a question of innovation, but it's also a question of numbers when it comes to the numbers of societies, and there I think the demographic development is very clear.
Yeah, I wanted to get your thoughts on modernizing post-World War II architectures.
I want to have a quick reaction to your question.
On Donald Trump.
Yes.
I was going to see if you wanted to come back in.
I can't resist the temptation. especially because, no longer being in politics allows you to be, more free to speak about certain things. So
without being singled out the next morning as well.
My quick reaction to that is that, of course, every country makes its decisions in elections, right? But the US is a particular country, given the dominance of the dollar in global economic transactions and given the US's geopolitical role. So I don't think that we can, and if I understood Sebastian's very careful answer, I think there is a concern there. And the concern is that we do not know what the next day is going to be in terms of global economic relations, in terms of the role of NATO, and Europe needs to wake up to that, in terms of a more transactional way of going about international trade and further frictions there. So yes, there is in terms of climate and pulling out again of climate negotiations. So there are some pretty disturbing signs there, which I hope will not be, we won't see them in practice.
Good.
Let me also add one
Finish
point.
up, and let's see if we can get some questions. Go ahead, Sebastian. Just put your hands up, because we only have 3 minutes left. So if you want to get the microphone, please.
So just one sentence. I think the main problem from a Western perspective is how the debate has changed in the US and in some Western democracies like countries in Europe. So if you look at the US at the moment, it's a very divided country, and I think this is something which is the most problematic point, because I think when I'm 37 now, but when I became politically engaged and when I started to travel the world, I had the impression that many countries, many people in the world were looking towards the US and saw it as a role model. And I think if you travel the world now and ask people in other places in the world now if they want to copycat that model, if they think it's still the role model, if it's still that what they aim for, what they wish for, that has changed. And I think that's the main issue for me.
Okay, that leads me to the final question for Professor Papakonstantinou. The cradle of civilization is Greece in terms of democracy and Western civilization. Is democracy overrated, to Sebastian's point, where people don't feel it's vital in the future of this era of disruption, and they like continuity and they like a 5, 10, 50-year plan all mixed into one, which not at the whims of elections? It's a big question, but what are your thoughts?
It's a big question. You have 1 minute and 43 seconds to answer.
We'll give you a little bit more for that, yes?
I'm a Greek and a European, and therefore I believe in liberal democracy as being the cradle of what we stand for. So not just because, I come from the country that invented the term. But democracy is in retreat around the globe. Different countries interpret it in different ways, and that's fine. But there is a danger of when it retreats around the world and it poisons international economic relations. Because again, I don't want to enter this question from a national standpoint. I want to enter this question in terms of what it implies for global cooperation around the kind of problems that we need to be addressing all together. And there is a clear connection there that is problematic. So if you see democracy going back, and the US could be one such example, then we will no longer be able to solve the global problems that need a collective understanding.
Good. Take the one example, Sebastian, because you're a young leader, the youngest, I think, in history of Austria, which says something. The European Union, and some would argue it's an amazing expansion. After the fall of communism, which I had a chance to cover, Humpty Dumpty stayed glued together, but either modernization or growing a spine. I mean, many think that the European Union should be firmer, more cohesive, and ready to stand up to the challenge like Russia, Ukraine, without the US having to step in a big way. Please.
Well, I think the EU is a success model, and at the same time there are some challenges. So first, of course, when it comes to security, I think there's a need for a better cooperation within the EU. Of course, most of the member states of the European Union are members of NATO, but some, like Austria, are not. So from an Austrian perspective, my perspective, I think there's a need for a stronger cooperation when it comes to issues like security. At the same time, I think that it would be good to have a European Union based on the principle of subsidiarity, because especially with the enlargement, now having 27 member states, probably even more in the future, I think we still have to remember that it's not like the United States. It's not one language and a similar history. It's 27 different member states, yeah, with different culture, different languages. And so from my perspective, that would be the right approach.
Okay. I want to open the floor for just 5 minutes because we have a bit of breathing room. If there's any questions from the floor, we don't need to force it. But any questions from the floor? One here. We can get a microphone. Can you stand up? We'll get a mic to you, please. And one other question if you want to. And one right here in the second row. And we'll just pass the mic to him. Just be very direct, please. Thanks.
Good afternoon. My question goes to Mr. Sebastian Kurz. Since we are talking about the world leaders and the politics, I was wondering, well, certainly there is no doubt that you became one of the youngest world leaders in the world while serving as the Chancellor of Austria. And the question is, what you sacrificed to become the one Chancellor in the young age? And secondly... What
was the question?
Yeah, we didn't get the question. You have to be super clear. And just one question, please.
What you sacrificed to become youngest Chancellor of Austria?
Okay, interesting question. Thank you. What did you have to sacrifice, or was it a sacrifice? We've known each other for about 5 years. I'd love to hear your thoughts on this.
No, it was, to be honest, it was not. I was interested in politics at a young age. Started to get involved on a voluntary basis in a youth organization at the age of 17, and yeah, when I went to university, I became more and more involved, and became the leader of our conservative youth organization in Austria, and I think then by accident entered the government at the age of 24, which was quite young. So, to be honest, of course, it was a lot of work, and of course, it was a lot of responsibility, but I know many young people in the private sector or also in their private life as fathers or mothers who have a lot of responsibility. So I think politics and the political arena should always be a mixture of different people. I think it's good to have older people, younger people, people with more experience, people who are probably very fresh. You should have men and women, so I think diversity in the political arena is good.
Good. Very quickly, George, you learned it the hard way during a financial crisis. It's a pretty nasty game, is it not?
Yes, my shorter answer is private life. You lose your private life completely. But, you know, we have a word in Greek, which I'm sure, John, you know, which is hubris. When you go through a dramatic period, as I did in my country during our crisis, to say, oh, I wish I had not done this, is hubristic. I think that you're put in certain positions and you need to do the best, and then you know, feel good about what you've done, and live with your conscience. And I think that's very important. If at the end of the day you feel that you've done your best, then you did a good job.
Good. We had a question here, and then we'll close out the session on time. Thank
you. Thank you. Thank you very much. As many young people are also following us online around the globe, it will be also interesting to know your opinions to our panelists. What are the future important values for the future leaders to have, especially when we are thinking about developing and shaping the future of the world? Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. It's excellent. What sort of value systems do you have? There's a breakdown in religion in some parts of the West, for example. Nobody really identifies with a religious base, but what value systems should we be teaching? And in the West, we're not teaching civil service or civics anymore in the United States. It's kind of gone away. What do you think? Professor?
All right, I'll start. I'm sure Sebastian will have his own. I would use a few very simple words. I would start with empathy, understanding, tolerance. We live in societies, a lot of them are broken. There's a lot of inequality, there's a lot of social tensions. So you need to be able, when you go into politics or any leadership position, to understand that and work with it and work how to overcome it. Then, of course, the basic competence issues. But if you're talking about values, I think that's where you should be starting from.
I totally agree, and I think probably the main thing is that if you should get involved in politics if you really like to serve your country. Yeah, if you want to serve the people in your country, then I think that's the right starting point.
Good. I lived here for 10 years, and the level of tolerance with all the diversity you have here I was pretty astounded by. But I think in a post-pandemic world, I kind of simply went out of my way every time I take a train to reach out to somebody, or if somebody needs a seat, or if an elderly person needs a hand. And it sounds super simplistic, but I think we've lost that civility in many parts of the world because they're fighting inflation, which is hitting people in the pocketbook. They were cocooned for a couple of years because of the pandemic. Just taking pause to see that there's a human on the other side of the train seat or wearing a mask that may be struggling, I think is a pretty good way to finish off here. Thanks for all the questions from the floor. We have one more session on climate and energy and the geopolitics around it. Three superb guests, but can we give our round of applause to Sebastian Kurz and Georgios Papakonstantinou. Great to see you. Thanks. Nicely done. Thanks again, Georgia. Thanks. You're welcome. Thanks for the question. Yeah.
savaşıyla sarsıldık. Bu savaş zaten ciddi belirsizliklerle boğuşan küresel ekonomi ve siyaseti çok daha büyük bir girdabın içine sürükledi. Enerji fiyatlarından gıda krizine, silahlanma yarışından düzensiz göç baskısına geniş bir alanda ilave sorunlarla yüzleştik. Türkiye bu meydan okumaları en iyi yöneten ülkelerin başında geliyor. İlk günden itibaren hep barıştan, adaletten, diplomasiden ve dayanışma halinde sıkıntıların üstesinden gelmekten yana olduk. Rusya-Ukrayna savaşında ateşkesin sağlanması ve ardından kalıcı barışa giden yolun aralanması için elimizi taşın altına koyduk. İstanbul süreci tarafların bir araya gelip asgari noktalarda buluşabildiğini gösterdi. Karadeniz girişimi gıda krizinin daha da derinleşmesinin önüne geçti. Daha bunun gibi ateşi körüklemek yerine yangını söndürmeyi amaçlayan pek çok siyasi, diplomatik ve ekonomik hamle yaptık. Akan onca kana, yıkıma ve acıya rağmen adil bir barışın mümkün olduğuna dair inancımızı halen koruyoruz. İnşallah bunun için çabalarımızı yoğunlaştırarak yola devam edeceğiz. Değerli kardeşlerim, çözüme kavuşturulamayan her mesele zamanla büyümüş, çetrefilleşmiş, adeta bir körüm haline gelmiş olarak karşımıza yeniden çıkmaktadır. Halının altına süpürülerek sorunların çözülemeyeceğini yaşadığımız her hadiseyle bir kez daha görüyoruz. Bunun en son ve acı örneği Gazze'deki krizdir. Geçen yılın 7 Ekim'indeki hadiseden bağımsız olarak bugünkü krizin kaynağı Birleşmiş Milletler kararlarına rağmen Filistin topraklarındaki işgalin artarak devam etmesidir. Kendini uluslararası hukukun üstünde gören İsrail 10 yıllardır işgal, gasp, yıkım ve katliam politikalarından vazgeçmemiştir. Filistin halkının nasıl bir adaletsizlikle karşı karşıya kaldığını anlamak için çok uzağa gitmeye gerek yok. 1948 tarihinden bugüne İsrail, Filistin haritalarına bakmak bile meselenin vahametini göstermeye yeterlidir. Biliyorsunuz, tedavinin yarısı teşhisin doğru konulmasıdır. Burada da sorunun kaynağını doğru tespit etmezsek çözüm yolunu da bulamayız. İsrail bölgede kalıcı barış istiyorsa yayılmacı hayaller peşinde koşmayı bırakmalı, 1967 sınırları temelinde bağımsız bir Filistin devletinin varlığını kabul etmelidir. Gazze'deki insani trajedinin de giderek bölgeye yayılma riski taşıyan çatışmaların da sona erdirilmesi her şeyden önce İsrail'in Filistin halkının en temel haklarını tanımasına bağlıdır. 1967 sınırlarında başkenti Doğu Kudüs olan bağımsız, egemen ve coğrafi bütünlüğe sahip bir Filistin devleti vücut bulmadan atılan her adım yarım kalacak, sorun çözüme kavuşturulmuş olmayacaktır. Dolayısıyla bölgemizde barış, huzur ve ekonomik kalkınmaya giden yol Filistin devletinin kuruluşundan geçiyor. Bu çerçevede bir barışın tesisi ve temini için diğer bölge ülkeleriyle birlikte garantörlük dahil sorumluluk üstlenmeye hazır olduğumuzu dile getirdik. Bunun yanında çoğu çocuk ve kadın, 28 binden fazla masumun hayatına mal olan 70 bine yakın sivilin yaralandığı, 1,5 milyondan fazla insanın göçe zorlandığı Gazze'nin büyük bir enkaz yığınına çevrildiği trajedi karşısında her türlü çabayı gösterdik, gösteriyoruz ve göstereceğiz. Şimdiye kadar 34 bin tonluk insani yardım malzemesini Gazze'ye ulaştırılmak üzere bölgeye gönderdik. Toplam 380 hasta ile 344 refakatçi Türkiye'de misafir ediyor, tedavilerini sağlıyoruz. Gazze'li kardeşlerimize yönelik işlenen savaş ve insanlık suçlarının takibi için uluslararası hukuk kulvarında atılan adımlara destek veriyoruz. Güney Afrika Cumhuriyeti nezdinde hak ve adaletin tecellisi için inisiyatif alan tüm ülkelere, özellikle de Afrikalı kardeşlerimize teşekkür ediyorum. Aynı şekilde Ekim ve Aralık aylarında Birleşmiş Milletler Genel Kurulu'nda kabul edilen kararlara destek veren ülkelere şahsım, milletim adına şükranlarımı sunuyorum. Filistinli kardeşlerimizi asla sahipsiz, çaresiz ve yalnız bırakmayacağız. Son dönemde Birleşmiş Milletler Filistinli Mülteciler Ajansı'na yönelik dozu artan itibar suikastlerini de esefle karşıladığımızı belirtmek isterim. Bu kritik dönemde ajansa yaptığımız katkıları artırmamız önemlidir. Vicdan sahibi tüm ülkeleri, Ürdün, Suriye, Lübnan ve işgal altındaki Filistin topraklarında yaşayan 6 milyon mülteci için can damarı olan ajansa sahip çıkmaya davet ediyorum. Bakınız, tüm bunları sadece nüfusu Müslüman bir ülkenin cumhurbaşkanı olarak söylemiyorum. Aynı zamanda 5 asır önce Engizisyon zulmüne maruz kalan Musevilere kapısını açmış, 4 asır boyunca İbrahim Halilullah düsturuyla Kudüs-ü Şerif'e hizmet etmiş bir milletin evladı olarak ifade ediyorum. Mevcut İsrail yönetiminin sorumsuz, pervasız ve acımasız politikalarının tüm dünyada antisemitizmi körüklediğini görüyor, bundan rahatsız oluyor, insanlık adına gerçekten endişe duyuyoruz. Daha fazla kan dökülmeden, daha fazla çocuk, kadın ölmeden, daha fazla gözyaşı akmadan, bölgemiz çok daha büyük tehditlerle karşı karşıya kalmadan bir an önce Gazze'deki katliamı durdurmamız gerektiğinin altını burada tekrar ifade etmek istiyorum. Değerli dostlarım, mevcut tehditler karşısında etkin küresel yönetişim, etkin işbirliği ve dayanışma dünyamızın geleceği bakımından belirleyici olacaktır. Sürdürülebilir kalkınma hedeflerinin hayata geçirilmesi de bu sürecin önemli bir parçasıdır. Bu hedefleri ulusal kalkınma plan, strateji ve vizyonumuzun ana unsurlarından biri olarak değerlendiriyoruz. Bununla yetinmiyor, hedeflere ulaşmak için uluslararası çabalarda en ön saflarda yer alıyoruz. Ancak bu konuda da uluslararası toplum ne yazık ki başarılı bir sınav veremiyor. 2030 itibariyle sıfır açlığa ulaşma hedefinden giderek uzaklaşılmaktadır. Kapsayıcı ve sürdürülebilir bir kalkınma için yeşil dönüşümün gerekliliğini gün geçtikçe daha net görebiliyoruz. Ortak yuvamız olan dünyamızı çevre felaketlerinden, atık krizinden korumak da hepimizin sorumluluğudur. Aralık ayında Birleşik Arap Emirlikleri'nin ev sahipliğinde düzenlenen COP28 Dünya İklim Eylemi Zirvesi'ne bu bilinçle katkı verdik. Türkiye olarak belirlediğimiz 2053 yılı itibariyle net sıfır emisyon hedefimiz ve eşim Emine Erdoğan'ın himayesinde başlatılarak yürütülen sıfır atık projesiyle bu alandaki mesuliyetimizi yerine getiriyoruz. 2026 yılında düzenlenecek Birleşmiş Milletler İklim Değişikliği 31. Taraflar Konferansı'na ev sahipliği için adaylığımızı açıkladık. Sizlerin de adaylığımızı destekleyeceğinizden şüphe duymuyorum. Değerli kardeşlerim, yapay zeka gibi çığır açan teknolojiler çalışma hayatında ekonomiye, bilgiye erişimden uluslararası siyasete her alanı dönüştürüyor. Türkiye olarak dijitalleşmenin sunduğu fırsatlardan yararlanırken beraberinde getirdiği riskleri de başarıyla yönetmenin çabası içindeyiz. Adımlarımızı dijital Türkiye vizyonu temelinde atmaktayız. Teknoparkları yaygınlaştırarak, üniversite sanayi işbirliğini destekleyerek, Ar-Ge çalışmalarını, bilimsel faaliyetleri, genç girişimcileri teşvik ederek ülkemizde güçlü bir yenilikçilik ekosistemi kurduk. Yenilikçiliğin mimarı ve taşıyıcısı olan Teknofest gençliğinin yetişmesi için tüm imkanlarımızı seferber etmiş durumdayız. Elektronik devlet kapısıyla 65 milyona yakın kullanıcının 8 bine yakın kamu hizmetine ulaşmasını sağlıyoruz. Oluşturmakta olduğumuz Türkiye Dijital Devlet Stratejisiyle de devletin dijitalleşmesi için ana yol haritasını belirlemiş olacağız. Yapay zekanın gayri safi yurt içi hasılaya katkısını %5'e, bu alandaki istihdamı ise 50.000 kişiye çıkarmayı hedefliyoruz. Birleşik Arap Emirlikleri dahil Körfez ülkelerinin dijital dönüşüm, teknoloji ve yenilikçilik alanlarında gerçekleştirdikleri hamleleri de takip ediyoruz. Bu alanlarda işbirliği ve ortaklıklarımızı geliştirmemizde fayda görüyoruz. Kıymetli dostlarım, Türkiye'nin uluslararası barışın teorisine ve pratiğine katkısını pekiştirmek misyonuyla hayata geçirdiğimiz Antalya Diplomasi Forumu'nun 3.'sünü 1 ila 3 Mart tarihlerinde düzenleyeceğiz. Krizler döneminde diplomasiyi öne çıkarmak temasıyla gerçekleştireceğimiz forum vesilesiyle sizleri turizmimizin başkenti Antalya'da misafir etmekten büyük bir memnuniyet duyacağız. Dünya Hükümetler Zirvesi'nin başarıyla icra edilmesinde emeği geçen emirliklerdeki tüm kardeşlerime bir kez daha teşekkür ediyorum. Zirvenin ülkelerimiz ve tüm insanlık için hayırlara vesile olmasını diliyorum. Hepinizi şahsım ve milletim adına sevgiyle, saygıyla selamlıyorum. Allah'a emanet olunuz.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for this main address.
games. And all of a sudden, that got them hooked, and now they're Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg. And we found that so consistently across so many engineers. And so what we've built is a really simple model of we're going to help youth build their own video games. Why? Because that's where they want to spend their time. The average kid spends 10,000 hours playing video games. If you can take some of that enthusiasm and channel it towards making games, then they're learning how to make software. And if they know how to make one kind of software, whether they're a designer, a digital artist, an engineer, a manager, or they're taking it to market, the skills of entrepreneurship, they can learn those at a young enough age that they can then take that forward with them into their jobs and careers. And I was just having almost a spiritual moment a moment ago in the audience, because the president of the Central African Republic just spoke, and I had seen him at COP28, and I did some research on it, and the country is rated the worst country in the world to be youth, the worst country in the world for youth. And I got to speak to him afterwards, and there's a chance that we may be able to deploy laptops across his country and deliver this education that can upskill their youth. And you imagine if every kid in a country now had access to the skills to be able to create software, that creates jobs, that can lift up entire economies.
Absolutely.
And I believe that's as simple as finance laptops and teach kids to build games, and all of a sudden you can uplift entire countries.
Absolutely. So the kids, they spend their time playing games. They love to do that. And also they love to spend time on social media. So my question, in your opinion, do you think that governments should embrace social media in the education of kids, or on the contrary, they should limit social media?
I have a 2-year-old and a 3-year-old, so I will probably have different opinions in the future. Our kids don't touch screens at all. I believe that when you get close to jobs, you need to know the skills and tools of jobs, and so that's why we mostly teach college and high school students. My opinion will be controversial on this stage, I'm sorry, but my understanding is that the CEO of TikTok doesn't let his kids use TikTok. And I think that's all I need to say.
I want to hear your opinion, Helena. Do you think that governments should embrace social media platforms? At the same time, it's interesting to see, for instance, Seattle public schools are suing social media platforms for causing a youth mental health crisis, making it hard for the school system to fulfill its educational mission. What do you respond to that?
Well, I personally
as a social media representative.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, and I think this is a really important question. I think there is a huge opportunity actually to collaborate with governments and work on programs and work on the really vibrant platform and really vibrant community that we can reach on TikTok. Actually, just this morning and during this conference, I have worked with other governments trying to find new programs to work on. You've mentioned upskilling, which I think is very important. I think we run an upskilling program in the UAE with Injas, which is another nonprofit. We also do that in Egypt with the youth ministry. So I think there's actually a lot of excitement and a lot of opportunity to work together with TikTok. And I do believe that the topic of well-being and safety is incredibly important. We actually restrict the time that we want anyone under 18 to spend on TikTok to 60 minutes. We also set accounts for under 16-year-olds to private. We don't allow DMs to be exchanged between under 16-year-olds. I do believe that this is really an incredibly important topic, and we at TikTok really prioritize this. I don't think this is a job that's ever done, investing in this topic and working on this topic.
Thank you. Apana, there are also some privacy concerns when it comes to Zoom and the leakage of data when using these platforms, and that's why maybe governments can be hesitant in using your platform. So how are you addressing these challenges?
So first, I'd just like to say that I have a 15-year-old son and a 12-year-old son, and my kids were in grade school during the pandemic. And my younger son, so I'm responding to you, my younger son did not have a computer, did not have a phone, and it was inevitable to give him the computer during the pandemic. It was going to happen. I couldn't stop it. And I work for Zoom, and he was on Zoom school. And I will tell you, it's a challenge, because I do note that ever since the pandemic, the kids, I'm a well-meaning mother as well, okay? And I've realized that taking the screens away completely, it's also cheating them of a social life that they had and developed during the pandemic in a lot of communities. And so it's a really tough conversation. I don't think it is one and done. What I do think, and in answer to your question about privacy, we struggled with this a lot at Zoom. So we were created for workplaces and university students. We weren't anticipating that K through 12 schools were going to go on for free, where teachers were administering classes by themselves and, turning off passcodes and taking away the waiting room to make it easier for their kids to join. Well, what we realized is we had to become the IT department of the world. And I think when you are a technology vendor approaching a delivery for children, you have to change the way you approach. Number one is you have to work to educate the educators. So we created pre-configured settings, a configuration package. Then we just went on the offensive to train teachers to say, look, we know you want to turn off the waiting room so that Johnny can come to class when he's 5 minutes late and can make it even though his parents don't know how to get him in and he's bugging the other kids, but don't do it because it's safe and it promotes safety for the classroom. Or don't post your passcodes online. We shifted the way we even had the passcode set up so you couldn't see meeting rooms and passcodes so obviously on the UI. These are all things we did, and we created a little package, and then we had something called a summer academy where we invited teachers all across the globe to train them, not just how to keep Zoom safe, but how to deliver, very quality delivered educational packages to their kids. I will tell you, as a mom of a 5th grader going through Zoom school, it drove me crazy because, half the time you're wondering if the child is actually absorbing while you're spending your time on Zoom work. So, working with the educators to create an environment that is flexible and allows for multivariate delivery models for education, super important, whether you're the content provider or you're the mechanism for delivery. And then I would say involving governments and getting feedback. Once we instituted some of these security and privacy safeguards, look, they're not enterprises. Commercial enterprises want to dial up the usability and reconfigure privacy security based on their own needs. For schools, you have to provide more assistance and you have to provide more education, and working with governments across the world, whether it's Singapore, whether it's the Middle East, whether it's the United States, to enable what they want in that educational delivery system is super important, and you have to put the work in to do it right.
And now you're going to introduce AI on your platform. So what kind of opportunities that would offer to the education system?
It is amazing. I mean, obviously, you have to have the right privacy and security safeguards. You are dealing with children who may not know, the last speaker talked about hallucinations. My 12-year-old son may not understand some of these things about hallucinations and probably believes what he sees, and those are the kinds of safeguards you have to have. But if you look at the use of AI to make the teacher more productive, more efficient, and in turn, enable the students to absorb more, whether it's Zoom, it's our whiteboard capability and embedding AI in the whiteboard capability. It's even in the meetings, the ability to take notes, to provide meeting summaries. If you're late for a class, how many times did you go to college and you were 5 minutes late for the class, you missed the first 5 minutes and you're sort of trying to catch up? If you can ask the technology provider to catch me up so you can get a summary of what you missed, you don't skip a beat and you're back in to the class as if you never missed that 5 minutes. Those are the kinds of innovations that we see helping. We can also see, teachers absorbing some of, you can assess whether, based on polling, based on questions to the audience, whether the kids are actually absorbing that material. And you can use sort of generative AI to help them, to respond back to them and adjust your lesson planning on the go. These are the kinds of ideas that we have, and we're actually creating a sort of a verticalized solution for the education vertical. But again, it is a partnership with educators and with government. It is not by yourselves because, pre-pandemic, as a mom of little kids that were kind of adolescents, I would have said no screens, no screens, no screens. That's not a reality when your kids are socializing on screens nowadays. And you don't want them to be depressed and sad and feel like they don't have friends, but at the same time, you want to use technology for good.
One last word. We have 1 minute. Should governments, because that would be some of the topic that I will be discussing in the next panel, should governments, in your opinion, Matt, embrace AI in the education, generative AI?
There's no choice. If you don't know how to use AI in the future, your job is going to be replaced by someone who knows how to use AI. So the real question is, how do you teach it? Traditionally, AI teaching is like same test, it's just that now AI can do it better than you can do it, or same essay, now AI can do it better than you can do it. If you reconfigure it and say, we are making something together, so we are a youth game making studio, youth make games together, and if you use AI to create, whether it's on the art side, the narrative side, on the coding side, and you use these incredibly powerful tools to make the best possible products you can, just like the real working world, then measure people based on the quality of the product that they've created. Measure students the way that real companies are measured, which is what have you done with the same tools. But if you don't teach the tools, they won't have jobs. So you have to teach the tools.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your participation here today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll have an